Good evening, everybody, and welcome to it's Tuesday night speedrunning here on the Nick stream. Hope you're all doing great. Hope you're all looking forward to one last little Metal Gear Solid 3 speedrun before we take another nice long break from this game. So yeah, we've obviously got something very big to celebrate before we do anything else today. Let's get into it. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, everything looks alright. My mic a bit quiet. My mic doesn't seem. Is my mic even quiet? It should.
Something happened to me last Thursday.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east.
Welcome, Cosmic. Thank you very much. Everything seems. Some stuff seems a little bit off at the moment. My webcam wasn't quite in the right place, but that's because it's the webcam that I took with me. I still don't think it's quite right. I'm pretty sure it's still supposed to be a bit more. That seems a bit better. That looks better, I think. In fact, actually, I know how to check. Because in my big casual, that's correct. In my casual stream setup, the webcam's a lot thinner. So as long as I can be seen in that, then that's all fine. My mic seems quieter. I have maxed it out. I've maxed it out on my thing, but I don't know. I wonder if I've messed with some. I do wonder if I've messed with. Oh no, I know why that is. That's because I've switched the switch on the back of my mixer so that it's set to instead of being set to dynamic, it's set to whatever the other one is. I'm sure it begins with C. So I haven't actually checked what it what sound difference it makes, but it might mean that like other sound. I don't know if it sounds worse than it usually does. Let me know, and I'll switch it back. Hello, Mum. As in Alex's mum, not my mum. That'd be weird. But yeah. Anyway, it is Tuesday, the 14th of April, 2026, which means this is my first stream following what can only be described as very successful debut weekend for the Albion Speedrun Collective. We had an absolutely amazing time. I loved every minute of it. It was hard work, it was tiring, but it was also very fun. I had a great time with all of the crew, meeting and spending time with them all. An amazing group of people, which I've absolutely adored being with all weekend. And we raised over £1,000 for our charity, for Everyone Can, and that is just the best. That's just the best shit ever. I was going into the event, just a sort of preliminary numbers. I had set a donation goal of £500 on Tiltify, and it was originally just going to be a donation incentive for me to wear the snake costume, but when it turned out that it was the only target incentive we had, I was like, well, instead of making it a target incentive, let's make it a milestone, because then every single donation we've had goes towards it, whether people click it or not. So we made it a milestone instead. And originally I set that to £200. Now, we hit £200 within like the first hour. And yeah, so by the time we got to we were at £600 by the end of day one. So but at the end of the day we made the decision to make it 750. And then by the time we got started on day 2, we'd already had like another 25, 30 quid donated. So I was like, okay, in that case, we're going with 800. We had to push it a bit. I was always going to do like my own big donation. But I did that donation a little early to make sure that we definitely hit the 800. And then some other people very gladly came with some donations. Just as we finished the final run, we were at £902. And then as I was doing my final chat, the lead organizer of Anime League came over, and Anime League donated the final £100 to push us over £1,000, which, as I said, just incredible amount of money for our inaugural event. You know, I've worked on a lot of different events. I've worked on some events that have done more than that. I've worked on some events that have done a heck of a lot less than that. And yeah, I was not expecting us to hit 4 figures on our very, very first event. So I am so pleased with how it went. I couldn't be more happy with the outcome. That's not to say it was perfect. It certainly wasn't perfect, but it was our very first event. So, you know, I know where things went wrong and where things could be improved, but I'm not like beating myself up about them because it was our very first. This is the first time that not only have I been the overall lead person for a marathon. You know, I've helped out on a lot of marathons. I've been the lead on marathons, never overall. Hey, Jay. Never the overall lead on a marathon. I've been top 3. When I was in Pixel Perfect, the 3 of us were at the top. All 3 of us were at the top. This time it was just me at the top, and I had 10 wonderful people underneath me, who I couldn't be more grateful for their support. Yeah, not only was it my first time at the very top, but also it was the first time I've ever worked on a live marathon. I've been to live marathons. I've done hosting shifts at live marathons. I did hosting for GDQ. I did hosting for UKSG. But that is it. That is other than running at live events. I've ran a few live events. Other than running and a couple of host shifts, I have never worked a live speedrunning event. This is the first time I've ever worked one, and I was straight in there. So yeah, I am not beating myself up about stuff that went wrong, or overall. It is very fair to say that our audio was poor. I believe, as far as I'm aware, apart from a couple of runs where we know there are issues, my MGS3 run was one of them that we had double audio. I know exactly why that happened, looking back at it. Apart from a couple of runs where we did have like double audio, or there was a couple of moments where like we got really bad feedback everywhere, and all of that. Overall, I do believe the audio experience for people watching the stream was actually pretty good. For the most part. Obviously, anyone who was watching, if you feel otherwise, do feel free to tell me back. Really made MGS3 better in places. I know exactly what that was. I'd properly not thought about what was happening. We were in a bit of a panic because if you remember when I started the run, there was no game audio because my controller had become the default sound option. So all of the sound was going to the controller instead of anywhere else. And then we doubled up on audio. We changed it. We changed the audio location on Windows to be the capture card that was going from the runner PC to the stream PC. And then we also changed the OBS, because we were running OBS on the runner PC as well. So the runner PC was running OBS in the same way I would run OBS right now to stream, but instead of streaming to Twitch, that output was going to a capture card, including the monitoring audio. So any audio that was going into OBS was then being monitored and sent to the capture card as well. The problem is that Metal Gear Solid 3 was being ran on the PC, and we'd set the default sound device from the PC to the capture card as well. So not only was the capture card receiving audio from OBS, it was also receiving the audio directly from the game. And that's where we went wrong. We needed to pick one or the other. In hindsight, it should have all come from OBS. But as I say, we were kind of in a bit of a panic because we had no audio at all. And that's because OBS likes to do this wonderful thing where it will go back to the default audio device for some bizarre reason with the monitoring. So like yeah, when the controller got plugged in, we didn't know that OBS was sending to the default.
Oh, you point a weapon at your own brother?
The default update. The default update. Hello.
A message from SGT Deagle, who has now subscribed on Twitch for 31 months.
31.
Hi again, KEKW.
Hello, welcome to the stream, Deagle. Thank you very much for the resub. And hello, Sanjay, over on YouTube. So yeah, basically, in rushing to try and get it sorted, we kind of missed bits, and then once we got underway, it was like, let's just let it go and deal with it. I could hear it in my headset, and I hadn't really clocked the problem until later. But in general, audio needs a complete rehaul. It didn't work the way that I had it set up. I did a full test here in this room. I did a full test. Everything seemed fine. There was no audio delay, and then we got there and did it. And there's all sorts of things that I've now realised. Of course, there was delay here, and there's course this and that. So yeah, the audio completely needs a rehaul. The other thing is the audio for the live audience was also like you couldn't hear it. I'll be honest, I was under the impression that we were getting some sort of audio support from the venue, and they provided us with a big TV, and that was it. I should have brought my own stuff. I had plans to bring. I've got my old soundbar. I was planning to bring that as a backup. Completely forgot. See, I've had so much other stuff to take as well. And yeah, every other audio source that we tried, something didn't work. So at the end, we just kind of had to stick with what we had. But the biggest, so the audience, and if you were sat on the front row, you could hear, but anyone else couldn't really hear much. So we know that that's a big one for next time. But the main one was the audio experience for the talent. The host, the runners, and the commentators, their audio experience was pretty poor because they had delay. They had to hear themselves back, and I don't think there's ever gonna until I can spend like $1,000 on the biggest and best audio mixer out there, which is not going to happen for a very long time. There is no way we can do this without having the runner and the commentators and the host hearing themselves back. It's not doable. You have to be able to send different streams out to different devices. It just doesn't work without very expensive. But what I can do is figure out a way of using what we've got and maybe buying something a little cheaper that helps out. Is having that audio routed in a completely different way, so that the runner audio, the audio that runners and commentators and that hear come directly from there. That's not a bad idea, Sanjay. It's something I've considered because there are some other marathons that have done it, where they have done, particularly, I think UKSG have done it. I know there was there has been a marathon at some point recently. It might have been like Retrothon or really longathon, something like that, where they did like a bonus marathon. And all of the money they were raising was to go back into the organisation, so they could spend some money, so they could do some more stuff. So it made that has been something I've considered. Primarily at the moment, my initial thought is we have had a load of subs, Twitch people subscribe to the channel on Twitch and stuff like that. I am thinking that money should go back into the organisation, and that's how we should do it. Some marathons do it where they like take a cut of the charity. So Insta Speedathon, for example, they take, I believe it's a 10% cut of whatever is donated during the event. However, the way because InstaSim has his own like setup for the trade, InstaSpeedrun doesn't use Tiltify and doesn't use GDQ's donation tracker. InstaSim has his own custom built one that he's used, and as part of that, there is a thing built in where if you donate, it tells you that 10% is going to go to the organization, and you can tick a box to just add 10%. So what they say is, like, if you donate £5, that of that £5, 50p of that will go to the event, and that 50p won't be like on the overall donation total and like what appears on the omnibar, stuff like that. That 50p won't appear in there because that 50p is kept to one side. But if you prefer, you can click a box and say, instead of donating £5, you actually donate £5.50, so that 50p that would normally get taken away comes from you instead, which is a nice way of doing it. And it makes it very, very clear that that's what's happening. I don't really want to have to do that. I do kind of like the idea that when you're running an event, the money that you're asking people to give goes to that event. I know UKSG do the same, where they take a cut, and there are others that take a cut. GDQ doesn't take a cut, but that is because GDQ makes so much money from subs and bits and all of that stuff, that they are and ads and stuff like that. So you probably guess I get paid by GDQ to do my hot foot show. They earn money for doing stuff. There's loads of different ways of doing it. We will have to consider. One thing we might do is just do, without even doing an event, is just do a fundraiser. Just say, look, anyone who wants to help us out. We'll give you VIP status on Twitch, or we'll give you a special fundraiser badge on Discord, stuff like that. Anyone who wants to chip in, because at the moment, for the event that we've just done, apart from I think the massive amounts of bottles of water that Love and Fruitful bought, most of this has been self-funded through stuff that we just already had. So most of the equipment we use is either stuff I've already had, or stuff that other people have had along. Anything that has been bought brand new for the event, like the streaming PC, the mini PC that we used to stream from, I bought that out of my own pocket. So obviously, there's stuff that we can do there, and we can hopefully make it better for next time. I am pretty certain there will be a next time. There was always this sort of talk of, is this it? Are we going to do this one and then we're going to go, actually, we didn't like it? I don't think anyone's in that situation. I think everyone is already talking about. I mean, we already have another event. Lined up. If you don't already know, we are providing the English restream for the upcoming Italian Speedrun Community Marathon, GUF, that's happening May 9th and 10th. We are looking for commentators for that. So please do let me know if you're interested in commentating for any of those runs. We've had about a dozen responses so far, which is great. Though I would say quite a few of those are doubled up for the same games. So we've got a lot of games that haven't got any commentators. We've got a few games that have got too many commentators. So yeah, if it's something you're interested in, if you've never commentated before, this is a great opportunity to give it a go. So I'll post the link at some point. Anyway, I thought, just because I'll be honest, since I've been home, I've had no time to really do anything or decide what I was going to do next, because I've been straight back to work. I was back at work on Monday, working from home, but I had like tidying up to do. I've obviously had to catch up with everything with work. I had 65 emails when I sat down at my laptop on Monday morning. But then also I had to take Alex to the hospital for an eye appointment. Not anything serious. It's just his first ever. Let's look at his eyes, make sure everything's okay. You might be able to see behind me that there. In fact, if I change the camera over, I haven't really set the other camera up properly. So yeah, the lighting and stuff isn't quite right. But yeah, all of the stuff from the weekend is mostly still there. It's just all out of the trunk, and it still needs putting away. I have not had any time really to do anything. And then today, after a whole weekend of driving up to Manchester and down from Manchester, and last week I drove to and from London to go to work and all of that. Today, I then freaking drove to, Birmingham. I went to the NEC in Birmingham for the National Convenience Show. Luckily, just for the one day, which is better than what I've had to do in previous years. So yeah, I'm freaking knackered. I've driven. I'm done with driving for a bit. I drove so much last week, and then again today. I've spent so much money on petrol, and petrol prices are not good at the moment. So yeah. Luckily, I've got some expenses to claim through work. So yeah, that's going to be something that I'm going to be doing soon. All right. I'm just gonna boost my microphone just so. I'm just gonna put it up to the max. I'll do. That'll do. Again, you have to tell me if you do think that it sounds if it sounds suddenly quite distant, or if it's now too much, or whatever. Let me know. But so as I haven't had much chance to sort of work out. I mean, I know what I'm doing next. I know what I have to do next. I will be doing half and half. I want to improve Phantom Pain. I want to go back to Phantom Pain and improve that run, because I learned some of the other like warps and stuff like that, which should improve that. But also, I need to start learning my run for Speedrun, which is the Smurfs 2 something of the Lost Stone. I can't remember what it's called. So we need to do probably a casual playthrough of the Smurfs 2, and then learn the speedrun. I need to reach out to my mini ghost runners who are running mini ghosts for Speedrun Risers to see if they still need me to do a stream, or whether they're happy and they've learned it and they're okay to go on without one. And Preventathon is coming up the first weekend of May, and I'm running James Bond 007 Everything or Nothing again. So yeah, there's plenty going on still. My main focus outside of fast travel for GDQ, obviously that's always a focus. Preventathon is my main focus now. I am co-tech lead for Preventathon, so I'm now going to be focusing on that. But yeah, let's. So I figured tonight, since I hadn't really set everything up, I hadn't got a new thumbnail or anything like that, I think the best thing to do is let's sort of ride off the success of Albion Speedrun Collective, do just one more stream of MGS3, see if we can get that any percent PB that I've been searching for ages, and just have one last hurrah with this game until we leave it alone for a little bit once again. So yeah, let's do this. Alrighty. Spoiler, no. Yeah, almost certainly not. We you know what it's like. It wasn't the run itself wasn't too bad. I was struggling a bit because of the audio, the double audio, latency, hearing myself back. It's quite, yeah. That really has to be the priority to fix next time. I already have loads of ideas of how to do that. Just gonna move that over a little bit so that I can actually see my screen. Just gonna angle it a bit better. Yeah, that'll do. All right, so we will load a run. I've seen all of the efforts trying to break Twin Snakes. That's really some of the effort there is to with all the glitches and like memory overflow is really interesting. It doesn't look like GameCubes and Wii's like it very much, but it is really cool to see. Anyway, let's go. 3, 2, 1, go!
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
GME 0.5. All right, here we giggity go. So, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, European Extreme. The run went reasonably well at the event. It was underestimated. It was under one. My estimate, I believe, was 115, and it was under 110, which is kind of what I was hoping for. Because we were getting a little worried about time. We had quite a strict deadline for finishing the event. Saturday night wasn't a problem. We actually ran over on Saturday night by about 20 minutes because we had some issues with the Resident Evil 2 run, getting that set up and started. But on the Saturday, it wasn't a problem that we ran over. Sunday, it was going to be a problem. We were going to be sort of cut off. If anyone who watched the finale, you may have seen in the background that like there was barely anyone there. Like there was barely any audience by the end of it, and everything was being taken down. So it is kind of a hard cut off at the end to say no, that's it. Your run's got to end. Because we had the Sonic Colors run took a while to get set up. Oh, that was as far as sort of like visuals and stuff like that. I did make a couple of tweaks to the visuals throughout the event. You may have noticed the color of the timer changed from white to black at one point because it was pointed out that you just couldn't see the white very well. So we changed that. On day 2, I made the font bigger because there was a lot of wasted space. So that was another one. I would say the only major visual error that I had, again, people might think there's something else that I've missed, was I completely chose the wrong layout for the Sonic Colors run. When I heard it was a DS game, I just chose our standard DS layout, which is the one where like you've got the really big image for the top screen and the smaller image for the bottom screen. I completely forgot that Sonic games on the DS tend to use both quite a lot, and the better option is actually is to stack them. I don't actually think I have that view. I don't think I have a stacked certainly not a stacked DS view, because of course DS is the two screens for the DS are oh no, sorry, no I'm wrong. For the DS, the two screens they're both two. I believe they're both 4x3. It's 4x3 on the top and the bottom. Some versions of the hardware, the screens themselves are the same size. Some versions, the bottom screen is slightly smaller. I think like the DSi, the screen was smaller. It's when you get to the 3DS that they're completely different. The 3DS, I believe the top screen is 5x3 and the bottom screen is 4x3 or something like that. But yeah, they should have been stacked on top of each other, and I don't believe I actually have that view. Although I have another view that probably would have been sufficient. I know I've got a square one. I've got a 1x1, which probably would have been. You know, we wouldn't have squished it down. We'd have had black borders or something, but that probably would have been sufficient. So yeah, that is just my bad for not actually properly looking at what the game had to offer, and picking the right scene for it. That's 100% on me. But it still wasn't that bad. You could still see everything. The main one was the special stages. It was when the special stages were on that it was actually Floof that then pointed out, shouldn't that be the other way around? I was like, it's because the special stages you control Sonic with the stylus, which is why Sonic's on the bottom screen instead of the top screen. as I said, it was that very first event. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of things happening. I am not beating myself up about the things that went wrong, particularly when we raised £1,000 for charity. I'm not gonna be miffed about that. And I got Dolanova no first try. I don't know if anyone else was very, very pleased to see. And there it is again. Dolanova no first try. I was very pleased with first try Dolanova, no. Not everything was first try. Bolshaya passed south was 2 attempts because I got spotted for some reason. I think that was probably because I didn't hear a sound cue. Fury was 2 attempts. End was 1 attempt. End was 1 attempt. That was I was very happy with that. End was 1 attempt. Ocelot unit was 1 attempt. Warehouse 1 was 1 attempt. Warehouse 2 was several attempts. Warehouse 2 was still not good. All right. Oh, and I think I hit the first save boss as well. I held the buttons too long. All right. Same as always. Shoot him anywhere. I don't think I shot him. No, I didn't. I didn't actually shoot him. I missed. Try that again. Oh. Don't know why I did that. Right, try that again. There we go. To here. Shoot that guy. Shoot that guy. Oh, I think I took him out straight away. That's nice.
Let's move.
Shoot him. Still on 5, so still need to shoot this guy. Oh, that's nowhere near. Got him. Got him. And done. Okay, two attempts on the Ocelot unit. Bleh. Never mind. Into Chorney Pud. Oh, just to if you haven't seen on Blue Sky, if you've enjoyed some of the runners we had at Albion Speedrun, or you missed some of them, then don't worry, because we are doing a fast travel stream this Friday into Saturday, featuring those runners again. As I've introduced a new rule into fast travel. So as well as running games that were developed in your area, or set in your area, or have some other significance to the area that you live in, I'm now also accepting games that you have run in a local speedrun marathon. And when I say local, it doesn't have to be live. It doesn't have to be a live event. Yeah, it's obviously a bit nicer if it was a live event. But, you know, there are plenty of speedrun marathons that are online that are local to you. So, for like, you know, the Italian speedrun that we're doing the restream for, it'd be great to get some of those guys on. I got spotted here. I'm not quite sure what went wrong during the run on Sunday, but So yeah, so we're to introduce that rule and also to sort of celebrate the runners. I've invited 4 of them to join me on fast travel this weekend. 3 of them are going to show off their runs. We've got Spyron is going to run Spider-Man. Streetback Guy is going to run Badway. And hang on, I should concentrate on this fight. Oh, crud, wrong gun. I have no idea what's going to happen here. Oh god, you know what? We just reset. We reset that. Wrong weapon. Completely screwed that up. That's better. Got him. Oh, it's too fast again. There we go. Okay. Not going so well so far. Not really seeing that PB yet, are we? Oh, so much easier to see. So much easier to see on Sunday. Anyway, Marissa77 is joining us to do Neon White, which I'm really looking forward to because it's one of the runs I really didn't get much chance to see. Because I think I might have been grabbing lunch at that point. Because I think it was my last chance to really grab. Oh no, I got changed. I got changed into my snake costume during that run. Because that's when we hit the 800 and obviously my run was after it, so I didn't really get to see it. It was one of the runs I was really interested about because I played Neon White and I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to having Marissa back on. And our 4th runner is Garlips. Garlips is coming on the show, and Garlips is going to be running Foul, I think it's called Foul Legacy, which was Garlips's backup run for the event, and that is only because the run he did for the event is Mr. Blobby, which was the run he did for my very first fast travel show. So figured it probably wouldn't really work to do it again, so we've got his backup run instead. And I'm being attacked by bees. Still don't quite understand why sometimes the smoke grenade doesn't stop the bees properly. Oh. I'm gonna die. Dang it! This is not going very well. This is not a very good run. It's got to be something about, like, I'm throwing it too early or something like that. Oh. That's a much better phase 1. Ugh. That's funny the way he fell over. I enjoyed the way he fell over there. I remember I messed the boss up slightly, but kind of recovered it because it wasn't a very big error. Remember that. I can't remember. They are all, I believe they are all now available to view on YouTube. If you want to follow us, youtube.com/@Albion Speedrun. Go subscribe to us on YouTube, and you can go and watch every run from the event on there. Wouldn't that be lovely? Out of bounds. I didn't manage to do the out of bounds on Sunday. I screwed it up. So yeah, if you want to watch the run that I did in costume, then you can go and watch that on YouTube, or any of our other runs. There's plenty I didn't get to see. There's plenty I did get to see, but there's plenty I didn't get to see. I did have to go out for food at times. I had to deal with technical stuff and things like that. But I did get the opportunity to just sit back and just enjoy it a few times, which was really nice. The folks that I've been working with have just been amazing. I'm so grateful. One of the best examples is just today. The runs going up onto YouTube, all the thumbnails getting done, and all of that. I have not been involved in any of that. They've just got on with it. I've not had to instruct them. I've not had to tell them anything. I've just given Spyron volunteered to get them all exported. So I gave him the powers that he needed on Twitch and YouTube, and he's just gone ahead and done it. Garlips has got the thumbnails done, and it's all done. It's like, again, I hate constant. I should probably concentrate on this for a second.
What happened? What's wrong?
All right, so my warehouse 1's getting better. Warehouse 1's getting better. I don't mean to constantly compare to Pixel Perfect, but Pixel Perfect is the best comparison I've got to how I worked. All of that almost all of that post stuff was done by me. And I had so much shit to deal with and do, because I wanted to get it done. I did enjoy doing it, but it was a lot of work. So to just have these guys just like, yeah, we'll just get it sorted without even being asked, it's just a breath of fresh air. And it makes me confident that going forwards, this is going to work well, because we've got a group of people who do have a good good sense of what's going on, can own their departments. And it's been an absolute joy. The donation page on Tiltify is still up. So if you didn't get to donate over the weekend and you would still like to support us, obviously the more money we can raise for everyone the better. Obviously the event is now over. We're not making any more pushes for it, but we are keeping the page up at least till the end of the week. Obviously, we are now going to shift our focus onto the Italian restream, which I've got work to do for that now. I need to get some overlays prepped for that. and I need to put a guide out on exactly how it's going to work, because I want to try and keep it as minimal as possible. Because it should be really straightforward to run. In fact, I don't even think it's gonna. I'm pretty sure the only thing from no TG it's gonna need for people to deal with is just the run ticker, ticking it over to the next runs. Not even like the not even like the we won't even need to use the live split automation. Oops, I missed that first shot. Alright, into fear. Drop that fake death pill. Bum 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 bum. Revival pill. Stun grenade on the floor. And he's dead. Nice. Gold split! Oh. No. There we go. So yeah, this didn't go great. Partly because I couldn't hear my footsteps. I kind of had to guess. And then I actually screwed this bit up. I tried shooting. I tried shooting at the top of the stairs because I'd completely forgotten how I'd rerouted it. But hey, I just did that first try. So that's the first time in a very long time that I've done Warehouse 2 first try. So I'm really pleased now that I've remembered exactly how I was doing it. That worked. Pull back a little bit of time. This way. This room took me 2 attempts. I think I bumped up against a wall or something at some point and it completely screwed me over.
Huh? The enemy's here.
Oh, didn't quite hit the loading zone trigger. Well, I pulled a little bit of time back. All right. There we go. Not too shabby at all. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is not the item I want. It's stun grenades. Now on this gas spray. Punch, punch, spray. Punch, punch. Hold him up.
Freeze. Where did you...
Stun. Smoke. So I've gone back to just doing the smoke grenade.
I can't see.
I prefer this finish to the awkward one. And I don't need the smoke grenade. Nice! I got a little punch at the end. Little punch to finish that off instead of that was some really good damage. And get rid of the Patriot now. We don't need the Patriot anymore. Alright, how are we doing? 37 seconds behind. Do I keep going? See where I'm at after the Fury. The Fury's always the Fury can be a bit of a killer. So we'll wait and see how I get on with the Fury. I'm pretty sure my Fury in my PB was very slow. So we'll see how we go with that. I don't really want to go into the bike chase like if we're behind, because the bike chase, everything from the bike chase onwards is really slow. If I can angle this. Hey. Oh, and as you can probably tell, I have still not been able to go to the hairdressers. I really want to get my hair cut. I just have not had any. You know what? Actually, I'm working at home. I'm working from home tomorrow. Can I go on my lunch break tomorrow? I was gonna go on Thursday last week, but I then discovered my hairdresser doesn't open on Thursday. Yes, I have a specific hairdresser. I like the woman who cuts my hair. I don't want it to be anyone else. Only thing is I've got no money. She does have slots available tomorrow. I could get my hair cut tomorrow. But I also don't have any money after this weekend. So I might not be able to go and get my hair cut tomorrow. Off we pop. Into Mountain Base. Ooh, excuse me. Roll. 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 Go, 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 go. Nice. Grab me some stun grenades. Roll. You'll notice I didn't do the I didn't do anything with this guard. I didn't try and like do anything cheeky or anything like that. I didn't want to take a chance on it. There's got to be a better way of taking that guard out. Hey, he's all. La da dee, la da do, la da dum. I also forgot to throw the stun grenade here. I threw it. Actually, threw it afterwards. I actually threw that quickly enough there, where the guard didn't have chance to call, even start the call for backup. Wonderful. God, my Mountains 3 is so much better now. Oh, not a gold split, but not far off. Hey, I don't have to practice with the costume anymore, so there's no eye patch to go on at torture. That's probably where I'll cut it off, just because then we don't have to watch torture and all of that. I am only 21 seconds behind though. This fight could change this. It depends how my PB run went. I know that. Oh well, I've never done that before.
My flame suit is ripped. Quit fooling around.
Oh, I was just slightly too fast. And I'm dead. So, I was just slightly too fast.
Are you ready for this?
And that would have almost certainly pulled me back.
My flame suit is ripped. You're cool.
Nope, he's gone for a fly. Okay, at least he dropped down somewhere nice. That was all right. Oh. I really like this route change. It is slightly slower, but really not. In fact, I don't think it is. That's less than a second behind gold. That's a speed up compared to my PB, because oh, in fact, that's a gold split. Ah, bum. I was gonna try, since I'm behind, I was gonna try the thing where you distract him a bit, and completely screwed it up. Oh, I didn't actually shoot him. Whoops. I shot next to him. Done it again. I haven't checked. I've not got the right gun out. Holy crap. Okay, we are definitely cutting this. Cutting this at this point. Oh, no, I should stop trying to do this. I used to be able to. Thing is, I used to be able to do it. Unless it's only very easy. Maybe it's very easy where you do it. Because you can use the easy gun and you've got no your camo isn't a problem. Yeah. What? What the what? How the frick did I get spotted there? Did I not shoot him? What? What's happening? How am I getting spotted here? I'm shooting the floor. This is I've never struggled so much on this room. Why am I getting this so wrong? There we go.
This is HQ. What's going on?
We're under enemy fire. Enemy's position is unknown. Going into alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
There we go. Crikey. Right, let's not even waste any time. I haven't got a bloody revival pill, have I? I haven't got a fake death pill, have I? You can't just shoot these windows and smash through them.
This is HQ. What's going on?
We're under fire. Enemy position unknown.
There we go.
Placing alert status.
Snake, what happened? Talk to me.
And I then
Reset.
clicked. I reset live split and then clicked back onto.
What's that sound?
Slap him in the face. Right. Let's give this another go. Shall we? Clicked my L. I clicked my elbow. I clicked my elbow. Bum 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 bum. Wow 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 wow. What a thrill. What a thrill. What a thrill. Right. Let's give this another go. We've got loading trick now as well, so the RTA will be a bit quicker. Of course, that's the other thing I didn't have on Sunday. We were on RTA rather than LRT. And yeah, I didn't have loading trick. All right, let's give it another go. See if I can do. There is a PB in here. We know that there is a very good PB available in this run. I just gotta do it. I just gotta stop screwing around and get it done.
East and west. This marked
and then move on and play the Smurfs. I hope people are excited about the Smurfs. I really do hope people are excited about the Smurfs. It would be nice to see people excited about the Smurfs. I'm sure I was in a bit of a hurry this evening, so I have not, apart from the automated posts to my Discord server and to Blue Sky, I've completely forgotten to like post anywhere to say that I am streaming. Like, you know, MGSR is usually the one that I post to when I'm streaming Metal Gear. I'll only post to MGSR if I'm streaming Metal Gear, though. I don't like posting to specific game Discord servers if I'm not running that game. I'm not on MGSR's stream cord or whatever they use for people to automatically post when they go live, and I prefer it that way because I only want to post an MGSR when I'm streaming Metal Gear. Right. First one. Did people like my costume? I'm obviously going to be keeping it all. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will come out again. At some point. I'll probably make some more improvements to it as well. You know, more bags and like a canteen, and you know, make the belt a bit more cool. I had to make it comfortable to sit in, so it hasn't got like every single thing that's on Snake's utility belt. Things like adding guns and knives and stuff like that. That'd be cool next to do. I'd love to have it in Tiger Stripe rather than Olive Drab, but Olive Drab is very easy to get hold of. Tiger Stripe is not very easy to get hold of. The Smurfs dance party. I've been looking at the Smurfs on speedrun.com because I'm trying to make. I don't think it's going to work. I need to look at this tomorrow. Actually, I've been trying to make my next episode of Fast Travel, so the one after this week, based in Belgium, because one of the if you saw last week's not last week's the week before's Fast Travel, my last episode of Fast Travel. You know, it kind of went a little bit haywire where the Dying Light runners couldn't connect to each other, and we had to postpone the Dying Light run. One of the two runners for that is from Belgium, so I was like, right, well, in that case, rather than do another Polish episode for Dying Light, let's do a Belgium episode and make that the focus instead. And the Smurfs is obviously the Smurfs video games aren't developed in Belgium, but the Smurfs is a Belgian property. I had someone recommend Tintin as well, But I've been really struck. There doesn't seem to be a very big community or anything set in Belgium, so I'm not really sure I can do much with it. I might have to rethink it. Oh no, I haven't got that room wrong in ages. Oh, I genuinely can't remember the last time I got that room that wrong.
Think I saw some. Who was that just now?
There we go. Second try. Now you might be thinking, if Belgium doesn't work, oh, here's the opportunity to pull that time back. Cool. You might be thinking, well, if Belgium doesn't work, just go with the other runner. Not sure. This is one that I haven't really... I've not been sure how to tackle yet lately. I've not wanted to make any sort of big notion about it. But so I'm definitely after people's thoughts. I do have my own thoughts on it. Where I kind of lean into, yeah, this is okay. But I don't know if other people have other ideas on this. The other runner for the Dying Light run, and actually, if you saw my last episode of Fast Travel, you know I also featured Super Hot, the runner for Super Hot, as well. They're both Russian. So yeah, the Dying Light co-op runner and our Super Hot runner are Russian. And I've accidentally held triangle. You know what? Let's go. We're gonna reset this. I might just. I'm gonna restart this run. This has been horrible. So yeah, they're Russian, and as much I don't have a problem having featuring Russians on the show.
Reset.
But I don't necessarily know if it's a good idea to theme an episode around Russia. Because, obviously, the war in Ukraine, Russia has been banned from a lot of things. You know, like, I think they were allowed, the Winter Olympics just gone, they were now allowed to be Russia again. They couldn't just be other countries or whatever. However they manage it when athletes aren't allowed to be under their own flag, or however it works. The way I see it with Russia and with a lot of countries in this way, it'd be like, I'd feel similar if there was a consideration of doing an episode based on Israel. Is in a lot of those cases, it's got nothing to do with the people on the ground. The speedrunners, they have nothing to do with the war in Ukraine. It is their government and the regime that they have to live under that is making those decisions and doing those things. Now, I don't know exactly what the runners' political views are. I don't care what the runners' political views are. That shouldn't be a factor into whether they're allowed to appear on the show, or we do. I just still, even with that mindset of it's not down to them, so it shouldn't be a problem. I still don't know whether it's a good idea. Certainly, an episode based around Israel is not a good idea. That is not happening. But Russia feels a bit different. I don't know. Right, 3, 2, 1, go. If anyone has any thoughts on it,
the end of World War II,
then let me know, because I'm not sure how to feel about it. If I'm perfectly honest, I say I have absolutely no problem with them being on the show. They already have. Well, at least one of them already has. The other one will be at some point. But yeah, I'm not sure about the idea of having a Russia themed episode, because there are plenty of video games set in Russia. If I could find a Russian Metal Gear runner, then they could run Metal Gear Solid 3. This is set in Russia. It would be one way of it'd be one way of having MGS3 or any MGS game. We can have MGS doesn't have to be limited to Japan. The MGS games are set in all sorts of places. If we ever had an American episode, which will happen, that we will have an American episode at some point. I was thinking if I ever have an episode on the 4th of July, but I'm pretty sure Hotfix would be cancelled on the 4th of July. Also, I'm thinking of Thanksgiving. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hotfix would be cancelled on the 4th of July anyway, because I'm pretty sure that's a national holiday and they just wouldn't run it. The one I was thinking is with the time zone differences that we had, where we were the show was an hour earlier for me. I was thinking if we ever went to a case where it was the other way round and it was an hour behind, so I was having to do 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Obviously, I'd still do it because it's my show. I have to. But I would deliberately make that an American-themed episode so that we just have Americans on the show and just be like, I'm not going to try and invite Europeans to run at 4 a.m. We're just going to have Americans on the show and let them take it for once. I'm going to be quite quick here. Right, now we're going to get out before they turn up. Oh, this is going to be tight. We're good. That was a bit slow. It's okay. I'm trying to think what else I could do for. Where else could Metal Gear be featured? Where's Metal Gear 1 and 2 set? I know Metal Gear 2 is set in Zanzibar land. But I can't remember whereabouts in the world Zanzibar land is supposed to be. Metal Gear 1 is somewhere in Africa. That wasn't great.
Yeah.
So that means, because if Metal Gear 1 is set in, if Metal Gear 1 set in Africa, that means Metal Gear, no, Ghost Babel set in the same location as. No, Ghost Babel is set in the same location as Metal Gear 1. If I remember correctly. That's a good point. Because there's a room in Ghost Babel. Ghost Babel is non-canon. It definitely is non-canon. It's in Central Asia next to Afghanistan. Ah. But Metal Gear Ghost Babel is set in the same location as 1 or 2, and I just can't remember which one it is. the Fortress Gallowade, which is the setting for Ghost Babel, is set on the ruins. I think it's set on the ruins of Outer Heaven. Because right towards the end of the game, there is a sort of a hidden room out of the way that you can go into, and you find the remains of one of the previous Metal Gears. I'm pretty sure it's Metal Gear 1. Yeah. Because it's the Metal Gear TX55, I think it is. Oh, I got it right, TX55. Alright, here we go. Good start. I've shot him this time. Oh, that's a bad roll. I also used to do that, but I've kind of run out. I've kind of run out of Metal Gears. It's like my the first proper PC I ever bought was Rex.
Just my imagination.
What is now Heidi's computer used to be called the Shaggerhod. I had a car called Raxa. After Metal Gear Raxa from Acid. No, sorry, Raxa's Portable Ops. No, I had a car called Kodo after Metal Gear Kodoke from Acid 1. God, I made a meal of that, didn't I? I never did include Peace Walker models, actually. So, what, Cocoon... I've already forgotten what they're called. $45 behind. Very, very tempting to reset. If I keep resetting, we'll never get these done. We'll just keep going to torture and stopping at torture and resetting until I get a good one. I am not intending to. I'm not intending for this to be a full 4-hour stream tonight. I am still pretty tired. A, after the weekend I've just had, and B, as I've been to and from the NEC today. Did a lot of walking. That was very tiring. Good day though. I enjoyed it. Plenty of free samples of stuff and talk to people, and I went to a really interesting talk about social media, which is obviously very useful for my job now. It was good. Good chow. And down. I should try and do a. That's how I got. That's where I got spotted on Sunday. That scared the shit out of me. If you didn't see me jump there. I'm not quite sure. what's going wrong there. I think I'm too slow. We've got the heart, so we've distracted the first guard, because I believe if there's 3 guards on the other side. We distract the first one by getting him to investigate the dog. We distract the second one with the cardboard box, and then the third one is looking the other way when I roll. Worked that time. Do a Central American episode of fast travel and get portable ops on it. Where's Peace Walker set? Peace Walker's set in a few different locations. Did I miss him? I'm not sure if I missed him. Oh, I turned around a bit too quick there. Too slow. That wasn't a great fight. Yeah, turning around to face that stun grenade was really bad. I was too slow shooting the Markor. That's the bit of that fight that's really important. Is you got to shoot that Markor as quickly as possible, because you then need Ocelot to notice. You need to shoot Ocelot just before he can notice it. It's dead. How far am I behind? Ugh. There is a pretty big time save in the pain. But not a minute and a half. I can tell you that much. That was a bit quicker because I went the right way with the bloody inventory. Not sure what's going to happen here. My first shot was a body shot. I can't remember how. Okay. That wasn't what I was expecting. No. I am not doing very well. Okay, there we go. First phase is over. That's what we needed. What I needed. I just needed to get out of that bloody first phase. Ugh. This has not been a time save in the end. And he's moved. Oh, that's okay. He moved, but he still lost his armor. 143 behind. Guess I keep going. Or do I? It's not really worth it. 143 behind is not worth it. It's not going to be a PB or anything like that. I'm just conscious of the fact that restarting and doing the same bit over and over and over again isn't always the most interesting thing. I'm also conscious of time. I really don't want this to be a full 4-hour stream today. So I'm shattered. I am very, very close to death. That was some awful menuing. I've stopped going for the boat on the right because we don't need the Mark 22 ammo at all. It's really wasteful. All right, come on, my warehouse 1 has been good lately.
What happened?
That's good enough.
What's wrong?
It's usually a case of as long as I get the first one, I'm fine. There we go. 2 seconds. 2 seconds saved for doing it that way. Hey, it's 2 seconds I didn't have before. Well, it doesn't really, not when I'm 146 behind, it doesn't really make much difference, but. What should we do? Should we keep going? Keep going or reset? I just don't know.
Running away, huh? Not so fast.
Jayen says reset. Let's see if Rorschach or anyone else has an opinion as well. Meow.
What do you think you're doing?
Deliberately annoying you. That's what I'm doing.
You! What are you up to?
No.
It's the enemy.
Never actually realized how much you can screw around with these guards, and it takes them ages to deal with it. I always assumed you just had to, you know, like.
What do you think
not bother them. You can do whatever you want with these guards, and it really doesn't matter. Ooh. Hey. Yeah, you can do whatever you want with these guards, and they really don't do anything. Oh, wrong thing. Camouflage. Wow, can't get anything right there. Okay, so I went into that with the intention of just getting spotted, but apparently you don't need to do that that Mark 22 shot as long as you just take that guard out.
He wasn't dead after all.
It already is. I don't think they've... I think they're unlisted at the moment. I don't think they're... So I think the playlist has been shared. Whoops. But I think they're unlisted. So they don't just all go live at once. I'm not sure the exact plan. But yes, they are already available. If you go to the ASM YouTube account, you can watch them. Nice. And that one is a big time save. That's a massive time. That's 30 seconds. That's a good 35 second. 30-second time save. Warehouse 2. Right, I'll tell you what. I'll practice the end because it's always a good opportunity to practice the end, and then we'll reset. And we'll give this one more go. Really should just use the Mark 22 here. I've got plenty of ammo. Although actually it doesn't matter because I've got to swap to the smoke grenade anyway. No, I wondered if you could get around that tree quickly enough to stop that guard. To stop that guard from seeing you. So yeah, here it doesn't matter what gun it is.
The enemy's here.
Thanks for lurking, Cosmic. Don't quite get that roll right.
This is HQ.
The only other thing you can do there is you can get the Mark 22 out and trank roll him, but you've still got to then go back into the menu to take the silencer off anyway, so it doesn't make a lot of difference. And you really don't want to have the silencer on for this fight. That's a good bit of damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't know if that could have been a bit closer to... actually, that was pretty damn close to him.
Freeze. How did you? I can't see.
Fight like a man. I'd rather fight like a speedrunner. Oh, beautiful. Really nice finish again there. Yeah, I'm screw what I was doing. Screw what I was doing before with the well, like you finish it early and then do the extra. Nah, let's just use the smoke grenade. I much prefer doing it that way. I said I'd stop here. I don't think I have any way of killing myself. Because it's not. I don't know if it's the same on PC as it is in the like the Master Collection, not the Master Collection, the HD edition elsewhere. But loading trick only ever worked if you exited out of the game over menu. If you exited out of the if you went into this menu and did it, it didn't count. It would reset. So I'm still a bit dubious. I don't think. Am I actually taking damage from this? I think I am. Yeah, I am. So let's just let this go. I don't think you can actually die from a cigar. You can die from a goat. Right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have one more crack at it, and then that'll be it for today. In the meantime, I will leave you with some links. So, let me get you there. First one I'll get you is the link to the playlist. Prequel, thank you. There you go. That is the playlist to the weekend's runs, including this one, including the one I did. So you can go check that out. And the other thing I will leave you with is the link to if I can find it. There it is. Copy link. The second link I'm giving you, this is a link to the application form to commentate for our English restream of the Italian Speedrun Marathon. All of the runs are listed in the form, so you don't need to go and find the schedule anywhere else. There is a list of all the runs, and they're all in order. Obviously, the list doesn't include all of the timings of them, so you may want to go and check that out. But yeah, if you have never commentated before, this is an ideal first time to try commentary for a run, because it is Like, there is no pressure whatsoever. It is low-key, it'll be a bit of fun, it's probably not going to be the most viewed thing ever, so it is really, really low pressure, and it's our first attempt at doing something like this as well. I've never organised a restream before. I have no idea what to expect, but I am not expecting it to be big and huge, and it's just going to be a bit of a laugh. So definitely, particularly if there's runs on there that you know, games on there that you know, there will be notes and stuff. The runners should be providing notes. You don't need to have an intricate knowledge of the game that you want to. Ideally, you should know something about it, even if it's just casually you understand the game. There will be notes provided. You can go and check out some of the other runs and stuff like that. But yeah, give it a go, because we'd love to have you. Anyway, I'm going to go for a pee. The Smurfs 2 Prisoner of the Green Stone. That's the name of the game. That's the bit that I couldn't remember. Hello everybody, welcome back. Let's give this Metal Gear Solid 3 run one more crack, shall we? Welcome back, everybody. So yeah, we're just gonna give this one more go, see how we get on, and go from there. Before we do, I do just want to quickly actually watch the stream and listen to it myself. Am I cut? I just want to know if I'm like being cut off at all. Okay, okay, yeah, it really is more sensitive. I wonder if that means I now need to turn my noise gate down a little bit. I don't have a noise gate. I have noise suppression, but I don't have a noise gate. You know what, I'm going to change the noise suppression over. Yeah, I'm going to change it back to the quality one. Yeah, we'll see how I get on, but I might turn. I don't know. Anyway, let's do this. Did Raiden's wig ever return? I haven't seen Raiden's wig in freaking ages. Anyway, let me. Now, I was then still listening to the stream back, so I was still hearing myself on like a 3-second delay. Evening, Rusi. Thank you very much. One other thing that I only noted, I think it was, I can't remember if it was yesterday or today. Only just noted it on the Albion Speedrun Discord server, was the one other bit of praise that I had was split between the stream box and the event's Wi-Fi. We did not cut the stream once. Except for overnight, obviously. It was but on the 2 days, we ran all the way through. The stream never went down. No CG did get restarted a couple of times, but at times where people wouldn't have noticed. You might have noticed some graphics being refreshed at certain points, particularly the Omnibar. The Omnibar still has an issue that I need to fix, although it might now be fixed because Instasim jumped on and had a go with the code, because Instasim is a far better coder than I am. So hopefully that's now been fixed. Which, if it has, it now needs to be implemented in everyone else's. Although it was specifically for Tiltify, and nobody else seems to really use Tiltify. But yeah, the stream did not go down once. That little stream box that I bought worked beautifully. The amount of money I paid for it, it's been fantastic and well worth it. And we were actually using, because the sports centre that the event's held in is linked to the University of Manchester. So it's the university Wi-Fi that we were on, Edgerome. And it stayed throughout. There was no issues whatsoever. Our latency was really good. We were checking it. Ellis had the stream on his phone. We found that Twitch Mobile has less latency than Twitch Desktop. But the latency between what was on our screens and what was on Ellis's phone was like 2 seconds. It was really, really good. So we were all very, very pleased with that. So yeah, there were certain bits of the tech that were fantastic and went really, really well. There were just certain bits of the tech, audio, which need a major, major overhaul. That's what makes it fun. I now get to go away and like play with it all again and be like, right, how are we going to do it better this time? Which I am intending to do very soon, because half the like so much equipment is still right behind me. And rather than put it on, also at least one piece of it is borrowed from somewhere. And it will have to go back. So I want to try and do stuff and do and try and work out what the better solution is now before all of that suffers. But yeah, I'm only saying that because I don't want to say where it's been borrowed from, because it could get someone into trouble. And I'm not going to say who's. I mean, obviously, it's either me or Heidi. So I'm not going to say in case it ever got out. I don't think it would, but I don't want to say. I don't want to say what equipment it is or where it's come from. But yes, one piece of equipment has been borrowed and will have to go back. So I want to try and set up, because we're already talking about trying to get an audio mixer. The problem is the one that we really want, we're going to be looking at like 600-700 quid for. And as much as we can do fundraising or we can all pull in and stuff like that, and I've spent loads of money on this event. The 2 headsets I bought cost, including delivery, that was about 80 to 90 quid. The mini PC that I bought was a little over 200 quid. So there you go. That's at least 300 quid on equipment. I bought a load of extra cables and stuff. I bought a massive trunk to take it all in. I bought, trying to think what else I bought. I bought bits of my costume, but I don't think I can. I don't think I can really say that. That's not fair. I bought a couple of games. I actually bought. I bought the complete Tomb Raider remastered collection because I found them cheap and I needed to do a test with them, and I didn't have access to them because I didn't own them. We had them installed. The runner, Bexy installed them on the runner PC. Under her Steam account, and obviously I didn't have access to her Steam account because they didn't keep access to everyone's Steam accounts. They logged in when they got there, and I wanted to try. I needed to try something out. We were trying to downpatch it. It didn't work in the end. If you watch Bexy's run of Tomb Raider 1 Remastered, you'll know that like at the start of every level, she had to keep going back and re-equipping the outfit that won the bid war. I downpatched the game. This is why I then bought it so I could do it. I found it pretty cheap. I got both of them for like 8 quid. I was like, they were 4 quid each. I was like, oh, I'll get them both anyway because I want them eventually. Yeah, I tried to downpatch them back to a patch where that wasn't happening, and it didn't make a difference apparently. So one to consider next time. But apparently it's a glitch that's been introduced in one of the latest patch of the Tomb Raider remastered trilogy, where the outfit that you choose gets reset at the start of every level, which is really dumb. Anyway, let's give this a go. Hey, Tom. Welcome. Good timing for to join for the final run. Let's do this.
After the end of World War II,
Stop.
the world was split into 2, East and West.
Oh.
This marked the beginning
All right.
of the era called the Cold War.
Apparently didn't want to do the start. Never mind then. Yeah, as much as yeah, if people want to pool in money and stuff together, the thing is I already have other stuff that I also want to get, like the piece of borrowed equipment. I'd like to get I'd like to actually purchase so that we have it ourselves, and I actually want to buy a bigger one so that we can do more with it. That's going to be another expense. So I want to try and make sure that I can have a better setup with the equipment we've got, and then later on, work out what's the really big expense so that we can actually make this work how we want it to work. The biggest major expense of the audio mixer will primarily be so that everyone who is talking does not have to hear themselves. Unfortunately, without a very expensive mixer, there is no way of doing that. And at the moment, the way that we've got it set up, it is just introducing too much latency, and it's not like it's artificial late. It is artificial latency. It's just it goes through so many. The audio goes through so many different places that just over time latency is just added. So that has got to be the first thing to change. I did actually buy an audio mixer originally. I did actually buy a small audio mixer, but I bought it from CEX, and it didn't come with a power cable, and it wasn't just a generic power cable. It was a very specific cable that was required for it. So I reached out to CEX and I said, look, I've bought this. I actually bought it online. I didn't buy it in a shop. I bought it online. And I said, look, I've bought this from you online. It hasn't got a power cable. Do you have it? Because it's not a power cable that anyone would just have lying around, and it's completely useless without it. And they're like, we've checked, we don't have it. Just take it back to one of our stores and we'll give you a refund. Which is a shame, because it was relatively cheap, what I bought, and I figured it would probably be okay. As I say, I then ended up borrowing this other. It wasn't an audio mixer that I borrowed. It was something else that sort of replaced that need for an audio mixer. But I don't think it was quite right. That was better.
Yes.
Oh, I'm holding buttons. So far, so green. Whether it stays that way is another question.
I think I saw something. Something wrong? Huh? Who's that?
There we go. That's better. Improvement on last time. Well, my dollar oven nose have been good. Yes! The Dolanova no streak continues. That's the first big time save compared to my PB. Even all keratins, I think. I'd started doing a different method for all keratins as well, to try and cut out that. It was pretty good. You should check it. You should have been there. Hey, Yoshi. Alright. So, once again. Shoot that guy anywhere but the head. Shoot that guy anywhere, ideally the head. Shoot that guy anywhere, ideally the head. good. Oh, my frame rate. Ugh. The game's gone really, really awkward. Don't know what's causing it. Oh, not this again. There he goes. There we go. Okay, a little bit slow at the end. Frame rate has seemingly fixed itself. So I lost a bit of time at the end, but we're in the green, and that's the important bit. The frame rate is screwing up again. I have no idea what it is. I don't know if it's coming through on the stream. It probably is coming through on the stream. That way. It seems okay now. I will just have to monitor it. That's why you go around the second tree and not around the first tree. It really slows you down. Get that leech off me as soon as possible. Would take the leech off the moment it attaches. I'm pretty sure if you take a leech off, then there's a very good chance you'll just get another leech, which obviously doesn't help. Under here. Mind the mines. Oh god, we haven't talked about that yet, have we? Yes, so for the video game adaptation that has been in development hell forever, it is now going to be in a new state of development hell, most likely. Because yes, if as Rusi has just mentioned, if you did not hear the news already, the Metal Gear... I don't understand why I keep getting spotted here. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. That's twice tonight it's happened. It happened on Sunday. I'm not sure where I'm going wrong there. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm successfully distracting... See the her from the guard? So we're successfully distracting that guard. Waiting for the subtitles. And now it works. I don't understand what was different the second time round. Anyway, yes, if you didn't hear, there was news, I think it was late last week, to say that the MGS film now has a new director. It was, for the longest time, going to be Jordan Vogt-Roberts, who's probably best known for directing... Now what? Did I not shoot that guy? Who's probably best known for directing Kong Skull Island. Which I really liked Kong Skull Island. I thought it was a really good film. But yes, I can't actually remember who's picked it up now. I'm now getting spotted by the guy over on the... I think it's because I'm rolling too far up. I'm not rolling too far to the right. I'm not rolling far enough to the right. I don't know how to feel about it, because this film... Oh yeah. There, thank you. I knew I'd heard something that they'd done. Okay, that should be better because there we go. Yeah. 1 minute 40 behind. Headshot. It's my biggest issue with the Metal Gear Solid movie is that it has been in development hell for so long, and it changing directors. I don't think it's gonna. I don't see it still going anywhere. I believe it also means that Oscar Isaac. I don't believe Oscar Isaac is now gonna play Snake. I don't know if that has actually been. I don't think that was anything that was mentioned in it, because Oscar Isaac has been officially tied to it for ages. But now that it's changing producers, it's changing directors. Basically, the entire production is now changing. It's no longer the same production that it has been on hold for all these years. And it's now under a new creative direction. So I'm assuming that also means that they will be recasting, and it won't be Oscar Isaac. But my thing with it is that until I actually see something coming out of it, I don't trust it. It has been so long. I think I threw that too far to the. I think I threw that too far to the right. That's why I'm getting attacked. Danny DeVito to play Ocelot. As far as I'm aware, Oscar Isaac playing Snake was the only bit of casting that had ever been done. Part of my problem with it is that we are long past the point where Sean Bean can play Liquid. I don't think you can capture as much. The only thing that the Metal Gear Solid movie has going for it is that the games are already an extremely cinematic experience. I mean, you've only got to look at MGS3, where people just say it is just a movie. It's not a video game. It's a movie with a bit of video game thrown in it. Whether everything from it translates properly onto the screen as opposed to being in a video game, you can't recreate Psycho Mantis without it being a video game. I don't see how you do that. So my hope would be that they do try and lean into that kind of stuff, but find imaginative ways to do it instead. If they tried to play it straight and make it a straight up serious espionage film, then it's going to be crap. Problem is, I imagine they will want to try and do that because it would be better for a non-video game audience. That's something that's happened recently. There's been reports about something doing the same thing, and I can't remember what it is. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, then please do share. But there was reports recently about some I'm pretty sure it was a video game related project being rewritten because Mass Effect. It was the Mass Effect I want to say Mass Effect series. It's not a movie. I'm pretty sure it's a Mass Effect series. And the Mass Effect series has gone through rewrites to try and make it more appealing to a non-video game audience. And that is my biggest worry with Metal Gear, is that they try and rewrite it so that it does appeal more to a more general audience. And if they do, it is going to be god-awful, because it will be missing all of the magic that makes Metal Gear what it is. They have got to lean into the wacky and the stupid and the crazy that Metal Gear is, because without that, it's not Metal Gear. Oh, what? Oh, that was interesting. Yeah, it's not, you know, I want to see the end. I want to see the end explode when he dies. Because that makes sense in the Metal Gear universe. I doubt that's what we'd see. I doubt that's what we'd see in the film. I can't imagine they're going to adapt MGS3 first. If they adapt MGS3 first, then that's weird. I genuinely think as much as I'm sure a lot of people were like, oh no, I don't want that. I want to see adaptations of the games. I genuinely think if they're going to do a movie, they would actually be better off with original stories. Still, as much as I've said in the past that Metal Gear Solid is over, I don't want to see more games with Solid Snake, because that story has ended, and that story was obviously very, very much linked to Hideo Kojima. I still want more games in the universe, because I think that there's still other stories that could be told. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance is a fantastic example of how the universe can still be used, and we can still see similar characters. But I do think for a movie, they would actually be better off with an original. Still have it as Snake, because he is the iconic thing and that's what's going to drive it, but with either original stories or maybe a looser adaptations of the story. I think it is very notable that so many video game properties are being adapted into TV series now, because Hollywood has realized that a lot of them do work much better as TV series. Metal Gear probably doesn't. I think it could. I see no reason why you couldn't adapt Metal Gear into a TV series. But I think because Metal Gear's whole shtick in the first place was to have a movie as a video game, I do think it probably serves better as a movie than as a TV series. Not, but that's not to say I wouldn't be up for a Metal Gear TV series. A Metal Gear TV series would be really cool. Oh, no, I'm not done with that yet. I will be a bit disappointed if it's not Oscar Isaac. I did think Oscar Isaac was a very good casting choice. I don't think he's the perfect choice though, so I'm not going to be like devastated. But I'll be a bit disappointed because also Oscar Isaac really wants it. There is an interview that he did. I think it was with the X-Men Apocalypse cast.
He wasn't dead.
when they were doing their tour or something, or I think it was for certainly for something, and the host, whoever they were with, I don't know if it was Jimmy Kimmel or whoever, asked him about it, and they said there's rumors that you're tied to the Metal Gear Solid movie. And it's like, yeah, it's it's something I really want to do, and I think it'd be really cool. And they're like, well, in that case, who would you play? And Oscar Isaac just goes, dude, Snake. Oh, stun grenades instead of smoke grenades. Oh, it was okay. It was not including credits, because I don't ever include credits in that's too early. Not including credits because I don't ever include credits in the marathon. It was sub 110, so that's fine for a marathon. Wasn't perfect, but it was good. And I looked proper dapper as Snake, so. Now I am complete. The last run, I got this right first try, and now mainly because I've come in with the wrong item, and I'm already behind, and I'm still sometimes having some issues with the frame rate. But now I've jumped too much, and this isn't salvageable. Good God. I'm never going to do it. I'm never going to get the run of this I want. I think you're right now. All of the perfect actors that they keep coming up with, because this whole process has taken so long. Even my other backup choice for Snake might be too old. I'm not sure. It's too many steps. This is really difficult when I'm having to change weapon, change halfway through. That should be alright. There we go. Hopefully this is better now. Yep, got him. Back to any grenade, doesn't matter which one. There we go. Welcome back, Cosmic. Because for me, and I don't think it's a problem with this actor, I think it's a problem with the other actor that then accompanies this actor, is my ideal choice for Snake now isn't Oscar Isaac. I think again it's probably too late for this. I think Wyatt Russell, because Wyatt Russell would be perfect to play Snake, because then you automatically cast Kurt Russell as Big Boss. And to me, that's just perfect. But it's been so long now. I don't know whether Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell still. I think Kurt Russell would still be fine as Big Boss. But I do wonder, is Wyatt Russell already too old at this point? But you're right. Kurt has said in the past that he's not interested in it. Although I think that might have been interest in Snake. It was pretty. You're right. It was pretty recent. I don't know. I don't know whether that would necessarily extend to the idea of. Oh, frick this! I do think. I mean, you know, yeah, this is completely screwed. Can you go back? Can I actually go back? I can't remember. Can I go back and start this fight again? Oh, he's only 39. I'm pretty sure if I come back in now, this... I don't know if he, like, does he start again in the same position? No. This is completely screwed now. This is completely balked. There is no coming back from this. I don't know what we do now. Season 1 Jaime Lannister. I didn't watch Game of Thrones. I know the name Jaime Lannister. But I didn't watch Game of Thrones, so I have no idea. The actor. So the thing, Wyatt Russell is 39 now. But by the time this freaking by the time this freaking project actually gets underway properly, and you know, it is a project that can work, like, how old is he gonna be? Oh, this whole frame rate issue is really bugging me. Might have to I might restart. I might reset the game. I still want to. I'm gonna keep going. I want to have one more. I still want to have one more attempt. So I am gonna give it one more go. But yeah, this frame rate issue is really bugging me. I don't know what it is. So I'm gonna restart the game. Restart the game. We'll give it one more go. Yeah, because Wyatt's blonde, he does look a bit more like liquid than solid. But yeah, just give him some darker hair, and I think he'd be absolutely fine. But at this point, I genuinely think now, as much as I like the idea of Oscar Isaac, as much as I like the idea of Wyatt Russell, I genuinely Delphina Plaza's already way ahead of me. I do genuinely think at this point we would actually be better off with a new, relatively unknown actor, because I just don't think it's going to work otherwise. I don't mind it so much for Snake. You know, you probably do need that big name. I still stand by, and I've said this for a very long time. If the intention is to adapt the games, and they do MGS1, and then the intention is to adapt MGS2, or however they're going to do it, I do think in keeping with how Metal Gear Solid 2 was released and the hiding and all of that, whoever plays Raiden should 100% be a completely unknown, brand new actor that nobody knows. Obviously, some people will know, you know, they'll have done something, but it should not be a big A-list name. It should not be, you know, some up-and-coming actor that everyone is aware of. Jesus. That is... See, the Rocker's Raven isn't that bad an idea, but it's just the fact that it's The Rock. He must be a whining bitch. Raiden should be an up-and-coming unknown actor. Because it fits. Bjorn to play Raven. Is that like the guy who played the Mountain in Game of Thrones? I'm going to quickly look at Jaime Lannister. just remind myself what Jamie Lannister looked like. You say season 2 Jamie Lannister? He played the Mountain. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Season 1 Jamie. I'm just seeing pictures of Jamie Lannister, but yeah, I could potentially see that. Good look. I think as far as the voice goes, is they've got to find their own. They've got to do what Kiefer Sutherland did, which was don't try and imitate David Hayter. There is no point in trying to imitate that voice because that voice belongs to David Hayter, and there's no way anyone trying to do it is going to do it justice. You've got to cut. They've got to have their own. They've got to make it their own and do their own thing because it just won't. It won't work. You know who would make a good Liquid Snake if it weren't for the fact that I think there is a far better bit of well, there's already a very well-known bit of fan casting for a different series for this actor. Anthony Starr, I think, would make a pretty good Liquid. However, Anthony Starr really should be Albert Wesker in whatever they do with the Resident Evil movies next. Oh yeah, Hater should definitely be. Dave Bautista had crossed my mind as well for Raven, but I don't know if he'd want it. I suppose it would only be a one movie thing. So Bautista seems like the kind of guy who, after Guardians, doesn't want to get tied down to another project or franchise. But this would only be one project anyway, so you could always make Hate a big boss. He is an actor. Not a very accomplished actor. He's much more accomplished as a voice actor and as a writer. Wrote/co-wrote X-Men 1 and 2. And had writing credits on Watchmen. Right, let's give this one more go. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you folks. I had said earlier that that attempt was going to be the last one, and I did want to finish the stream a little earlier tonight because I'm knackered. However, somehow a bunch of people have now tuned in, so I'm going to keep going. It's been quite quiet, and now we're all having a really good chat. I want to keep going. Right, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. Bill Skar, that's a good shout. Bill Skarsgård for Mantis, I like that. I never watched Warrior Nun. I should give it a go.
This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
I'd love to see some actors. See, if you weren't gonna go for big Hollywood A-lister for Snake, maybe instead you get a big Hollywood A-lister to play one of the villains instead, and do it where it's a Hollywood A-lister who isn't known for playing villains, and this is kind of like their turn at giving it a go. Tom Hiddleston as Liquid. It's probably a bit old now, Tom Hiddleston, but potentially. If you don't think about Tom Hiddleston as Loki, and you think about him in The Night Manager. So I still think, back when he was younger, I still think Tom Hiddleston should have been Bond. Tom Hardy as Mantis. Is that because you're thinking of Bane? Merely adapted to psychokinesis. I was born in it. Oh dear. Who could Tom Holland play? Oh, that roll was really bad. That was it. That was an awful roll. Well, we're already behind again, folks. Ugh. Stay. Go off. Why? I don't know why I didn't restart like immediately. Maybe Johnny. It's not bad. Do you reckon Tom Holland could play Otacon? Apparently, I can't even die right. Tom Holland could play Otacon. This is not a jet. I would not be I'm not putting forward Tom Holland as Otacon. But I'm trying to think if he could. All right, let's give this another go. Jesse Eisenberg's too old. And no, I don't. I also don't think Jesse Eisenberg's a good choice for Otacon.
After the end of World War II, the world was
As much as I am not a fan of Timothy Chalamet, that's not that bad. Trying to think who's sort of geeky but a little bit geeky but cute. Danny DeVito as Kenneth Baker or Meryl. And no, I don't think Tom Holland suited being Nathan Drake. No, Nathan Fillion should have been Nathan Drake. I don't understand why they didn't make Nathan Fillion Nathan Drake. I'm guessing because they thought he's too old and they were expecting Uncharted to be really good and to be a franchise. I don't think they went into it thinking it would be a one movie thing. They absolutely wanted Uncharted to be a franchise. And the movie was A, not good enough. B, I'm pretty sure Tom Holland has said he's not interested in doing more franchises. I've seen the fan made film where Fillion plays Nathan Drake, and yeah, it's really good. He was 25 in MGS1. Crikey, I didn't realize it was that. There you go, Tom Holland. No. Trying to think. Who would make a good Otacon? Right, let's not screw this roll up this time. That's better.
Come in, HQ.
I don't think it was the roll, actually. I think it was the shot.
Control here. The enemy is attacking from an unknown.
I haven't seen Tom Holland in enough stuff where he's not playing a kid. And I include Uncharted in that. He was still a kid in Uncharted. Nah, Ben Whishaw. Ben Whishaw would have been good. Ben Whishaw would have been good, you know, a number of years ago. But I think at that point he's getting a bit typecast. That's too close to Q. I really liked Ben Whishaw as Q. I thought it was a really nice interpretation of that character. He's going to play Decoy Octopus into Robert Downey Jr. You go Robert Downey Jr. as Decoy Octopus. Oh my god. I'm putting the petition out now. I want this to be a thing. Well, yeah, but obviously I'm thinking of Tropic Thunder. Yeah, it's a good point. Decoy Octopus's artwork does suggest that he was a white guy, and the DARPA chief Donald Anderson was black. I mean, it's SIGINT. The DARPA chief is SIGINT. That's SIGINT who dies in MGS1. It's going to be Grey Fox. Grey Fox is an interesting one.
I think I saw something.
See, Grey Fox could afford to be someone a bit older. Because they are snakes. See, maybe at this point, Oscar... see, I think actually at this point now, Oscar Isaac should be Grey Fox. Because as I said, I think Oscar Isaac is now too old to play Snake. I'll concentrate on this room. Oscar Isaac is too old to play Snake now, but I think he'd actually be really good as Fox. You've only got to look at because Fox is an interesting performance. You know, it's not just looking cool in a ninja suit. It's the psychological damage of Fox. And I think in a movie you have there is a lot more room to explore that character. And considering who's Michael Shannon? Where do I know Michael Shannon from? Oh, okay, I see where you're coming from with Fassbender now. I wasn't sure about Fassbender when you said that, but now that you mentioned it's Prometheus, isn't it? Who was in? Maybe I could see that. No, I still need that. Right, concentrate for a second. It's not a very good shot. Oh, that was a headshot though.
Let's move.
Oh. It's okay. I can deal with that. He's still up because I shot him in the arm. Not sure about Not sure about Daniel Craig as Ocelot. Timothy Oliphant's not a bad shout as Ocelot. Although, again, I wonder if that's are you just thinking because of his role in Mandalorian, where he was a gunslinger. Right, let's make a pact right now that none of us are going to consider bloody Pedro Pascal for any roles. Please, let's not. Please, let's not consider Pedro Pascal. I like Fassbender. I agree with the calls to for after Avengers for after Avengers Secret War, where everything sort of gets reset and we go into the mutant saga. For Fassbender and McAvoy to return. That's myself as guard number 2. Do I get through this room without being spotted? Yes, I do. Dwayne Johnson as Vulcan Raven has already been suggested. I think it's a bit too on the nose. I do quite like the idea of the mountain as Raven. Right. Ooh. He might be a bit old, but I like the way you're going with the idea of Bill Hader. There we go. I would not go and see the film if Jared Leto was anybody. But fuck, now that I think about it, Jared Leto probably... If I were to cast Jared Leto as anyone, it'd probably be Ocelot. But I still think that's a really bad idea. I don't want Jared Leto anywhere near this fucking movie. Please, for the love of God. Since all we can think of is really old actors, can we think of any old characters that need... Who's playing... Right, old actors, go. Who's playing Roy Campbell? There's an older character that we can cast an old actor in. I could equip the Patriot there, actually. That's not a bad shout. That was very weird. That was not optimized at all, but I think I'm okay. Somehow. Holy crap, I have got no fucking health, have I? Look at my health pool. No. Ah, bum. And like, Roy could be Mr. Krabs. Oh, Clancy Brown. That's a much better first phase pain. Oh, I hate it when he rolls out the way. But okay, that was... Whilst I am 25 seconds behind, that was a much better second attempt at the pain. So we do have time to pull back. I am really... After that, I am really behind with all of these suggestions. I see Brian somewhere in there, which I'm going to assume that someone mentioned Bryan Cranston. He said, who could Bryan Cranston play? Was that Bryan Cranston for Roy Campbell? Because actually, that's not a bad shout. I think looks-wise it works. I'm not sure. I'm sure I can see Bryan Cranston as a military guy, though. I've watched the first episode of the Malcolm in the Middle special. I see someone mentioning King Theoden. But yeah, the actor died not too long ago. If I'm right. Oh, you know someone else who would have made a pretty good Snake. Quite a few years ago, Richard Armitage played whatever the main dwarf in the Hobbit series was.
What's wrong?
Though I don't know what Richard Armitage's American accent like. Oh, that was... that roll was terrible. I really should just run in and out of this boat, shouldn't I? I really should stop rolling into it. There we go. Alright, here we go. Warehouse 1. Warehouse 1's been good lately. Come on. Let's have another repeat of a good Warehouse 1.
What happened?
Looks good to me.
What's wrong?
Hey, Warehouse 1, good. Pull a slight bit of time back. Snake probably should be played by an American. Yeah, that definitely comes across as it's got nothing to do with whether you think she's a good fit for the character. You just want to see Sydney Sweeney and more stuff. we have kind of shied away from the women. Nope. There we go.
Running away, huh? Not so fast. Nobody here.
There we go. That was a little awkward, but I got there in the end. Huh. Because you're art-wise.
The enemy.
It's the enemy. So what are you going to do about it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, for Meryl, if we're going on trend with the way the rest of this conversation and how some of the other actors we brought up have been going, then surely Meryl's played by Zendaya. Surely, right? It's only fitting. Natalie Dormer as well. Ooh, I actually do like that idea. Natalie Dormer as Wolf is actually genuinely a good idea. Yeah.
He wasn't dead after all.
Bye-bye, Fear. Hardly knew ya. Ooh. I actually really agree with that. Well, Mei Ling would have to be played by a sorry, I'm gonna concentrate on this room for obvious reasons. Yes! And that's Warehouse 1 first try. Sorry, Warehouse 2 first try. That's both warehouses first try. That's, that hasn't happened in a while. That's right back up to only 4 seconds behind. Mei Ling would have to be played by an Asian actress.
The enemy's here.
Natasha, it depends. With Natasha, it depends if there's any intention of fleshing that character out any further. Natasha actually has a much bigger role in the novel. If you've ever read the novel, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend. It's a bit weird. Jennifer Connelly's not a bad shout for Natasha, actually, because Natasha is a bit older. Because they almost certainly need to flesh. If they were going to adapt Shadow Moses. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If they're just going to adapt Shadow Moses, then they would need to flesh the story out a bit more for the runtime. So Natasha, they could lean into what the novel did with Natasha, which I'll explain in a minute.
Freeze.
Oof, I thought I'd screwed that up.
I can't see. Oh.
Try some size.
Nice. And we are back in the green. Oh, slow. Off it go. Jim Carrey as Johnny. I don't think I could see Jim Carrey do... I mean, can we see Jim Carrey doing anything other than Sonic at the moment? Is Jim Carrey doing anything other than Sonic? Because, like, I'm pretty sure... I don't think it's been confirmed he's in Sonic 4, but I'm pretty sure there's rumors to suggest he is returning for Sonic 4. Because it's very likely... It's very likely Sonic 4 is going to look at time travel. Because Metal Sonic's in it. If you know the Metal Sonic... If you know Sonic CD, when Metal Sonic was introduced, Metal Sonic, that's a game all about time travel. In the comics, there is a big comic arc about Metal Sonic going back in time to stop the creation of Robotnik. So I think there is a very good chance that Carey will be playing Robotnik again in Sonic 4, just a different timeline version of Robotnik or a multiverse version of Robotnik or something like that. But anyway, going back to what I said about Natasha. So in the novelization of Metal Gear Solid 1, which I don't necessarily recommend, I've got it somewhere. I've got no idea where, but I think it's probably downstairs on a bookshelf somewhere. The opening chapter is actually a discussion between Natasha and Ames. If you know your Metal Gear history, you'll know that Natasha and Ames were a couple at one point, but by the start of MGS1, they'd broken up because like they didn't trust each other, and Ames had all of these secrets and and their jobs and all of that. And there is a back and forth between the two of them about sort of this, what's happening in Shadow Moses, and that they've all been called up and what's about to go down. I can't remember all the details of it. It's been so long ago. But it kind of goes a little more into explaining why Natasha then wrote the book. There's in Metal Gear Solid 2, there is in the extras bit a book written by Natasha, basically about the fact that Shadow Moses was one big massive cover up. I can't remember the name. I can't remember the name of the book. It's something like In the Shadow of Shadow Moses or something like that. Yeah. So I imagine they would probably want to lean into some more of the backstory for some of the characters. Probably it's not uncommon with video game adaptations, particularly those that have had where the video games have already had sequels, for the movies to lean into those sequels. Don't know if anyone watched Borderlands. But the Borderlands movie is kind of the story of Borderlands 1, but with a bunch of Borderlands 2 mixed into it. Like Tiny Tina and Krieg are both main characters, and they weren't in it until Borderlands 2. Oh, we are 4 seconds ahead. Who's there? Oh, Mountains 3, good. Oh, 14 seconds ahead. Bloody hell. This is the Furies now, where it all goes to pot now. Do I put the fire camo on just to play this safe? I know I did. Thing is, I know I did during my PB, so there's a time save. There's a time save if I don't. I don't know what happened with that split.
My suit! Here! Son of a bitch!
Well, it's a first try, Fury. It's a bit slow because the RNG was not on my side there, but we'll take it. I don't know what happened with that Groznygrad underground split. Why that's like all over the place. Why there's like a 17-second time save in that split. It's very strange. hey, we don't really ask questions. We just deal with it. Oh, God. Maybe. No. No, because my PB... my PB is my Foxhound run. Oh, no messing about this time. So I don't know what's with that split. Oh, I know what's with that split. It going into the menu to put the fire camo on before the fight started. I just don't know why it took that long to do. That's a really long time. That's 17 seconds. "17 seconds is a really long time to just equip a camo. Nice. No waiting around for the guards. Alright. We have a run. It's not a huge difference. I could have done. I could have, like, walked down or something.
Stop it.
Apart from a couple of little errors. To attempt pain being the main one. Oh. Ow. Oh, sorry, folks. Just watch me scratching myself. Oh. It's been really interesting going through some ideas for the Metal Gear movie. I want to roll back to an idea that came up that we didn't really talk that much about. I do actually like the idea of Jennifer Lawrence as the boss. That actually is a good shout. Give her an opportunity to really play something. Yeah, really lean into the drama. Because Jennifer Lawrence must be in her 30s by now. So she might be a bit young right now. She might be a bit young right now, but again, we're talking about the fact that by the time this all finally gets bloody dealt with, she probably would be about the right age. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, so she's just slightly younger than I am.
What's wrong? Are you okay? Oh, jeez. Did you throw up?
I've got that down now. Sorry, Johnny. Damn it! I think that's because I started moving before I'd fully cooked the grenade.
What's that sound?
Yep. you gotta start cooking the grenade before you. What? Michael Cera as Otacon or Johnny? I'd need to watch. I'd need to watch the latest. Oh wow, 8 seconds ahead just because that one room. Damn it. This is what I don't see. I don't think Oscar Isaac will have a problem with his height for Grey Fox. That should be fine. I'd need to what to get an idea of whether I think Michael Cera is a good idea. I would need to, I don't think Michael Cera for Otacon. Again, I think Michael Cera's too old now. But I'd need to watch the latest Wes Anderson film because he's in that. I can only think of Michael Cera as like really as silly. As silly roles, and as much as Otacon and Johnny are both silly, I don't think you don't want them to be necessarily to be silly characters. He's 37. Oh, he's the same age as I am. So yeah, he's too old to play Otacon. You need someone young to play Otacon. Whereas Johnny, see, Johnny's a 10-year vet by the time of MGS1, which probably I would probably think that in MGS1 Johnny is probably in his late 20s, which probably suggests that he enlisted in the military as soon as he was 18. So if he's 28, or he could be 26 or 27 and he's exaggerating when he says he's the 10-year guy. Oh, helps if I actually play the game. I really want to throw that PB away, don't I? Really want to throw that PB away. Oh, I'm gonna concentrate a little bit more. I don't know if there's any time save in this room. Although I like screwed that roll up. That was a really good roll, though. Not enough. No, I didn't lethal it in my PB because it was Foxhound. But yes, at this point because it's not Foxhound anyway, I've already had resets, I should absolutely be going lethal. Just to get the time down further. Like that was a bit quicker. Good. That's gone correct. It was nice when that goes correct. Oh, there's a big Eli here. He's getting bigger. Cool, that's good. Right, I'm gonna like concentrate a little bit more now. As much as it won't be much of a PB, it's still a PB at this point. I absolutely should be taking it. Oh, I saw that pop up first, so I saw that in the chat before the noise. Nice try. Good room. Onto
During.
done.
Here it comes.
Good first phase.
Target die.
Okay, I'm glad I kept the Patriot out. And yet we are 100%. I've lost a bit more time, so 100% going lethal here, just so that I can keep the RPG out and I don't have to swap. I don't have to swap weapons.
There they are. They're over here.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know quite why I quick. I think it was just because of muscle memory. I quick reloaded the Patriot. I'm not used to using the Patriot in that situation, but I've started doing it because it is the best backup for Vulcan. I completely screwed up the second half of that Vulcan fight. Like my shots were all over the place, so I'm glad I had the Patriot on backup. Yeah, I've only just started using the Patriot as a backup there because I've only just started using the Patriot in the one full stop, like for the end and for the fear. I kind of avoided it for so long because you can't use it in all keratins, and I'd been focused solely on all keratins for the longest time. Look at his little look. I love that little look. Yeah. Because they carry over. Keratins carry over save files. So you can get the keratin rank across multiple save files. I've got to say I'm not a fan now that Delta has finally been given category extensions. I'm not a huge fan of the idea that it's not been made mandatory for all keratins, all Gakko to be from a new from a new save file. get hit by that guy. But I think that's because it's going to be almost impossible for console. I don't know. I don't know how console saves work. But as it currently stands, you don't need to a completely fresh save file to run all Keratons or Gakko. That's an option as well. The only other thing with it is European Extreme all Keratons, because European Extreme is not unlocked by default in that one bike. That one bike took out 4 of them. That was so good. Saw it coming a mile off as well. I was so pleased that it did come to fruition. So that's the amount of time we saved just by doing lethal and not having to swap weapons every 30 seconds. See, the Shagahod fight is one of the biggest killers still left in this run. That was good. That was a good set of damage. It didn't drop back.
I planted 4 C3 charges. Farther up. 3 more bombs left. 2 more left. That's the problem with Delta. You say as long as you pause and show you've got none at the beginning, it's fine. You can't show that you've got none at the beginning. Because all Keratons and Gakko progress is maintained across all progress. I might just salvage the loop here. Screw this up. Luckily, the RNG is being quite nice to me. Eva's just turned round. Eva was turning exactly where I needed her to turn. And again, there's time save here. Time save here because lethal Volgin is faster than non-lethal. Lethal and that the end there, lethal Volgin is 3 hits, non-lethal Volgin is 4 hits. So that's another It's another 7 seconds pulled back. JN, I hope that clip is that bike taking all of those guards out, because that was so good. Oh, the only other thing I thanks. the only other thing I don't like about all keratins or geckos on the category extensions is it's not called ACAG. Glenn's called it I think he's called it Gakeratin or Keragako or something like that. Keratako, that's it. Keratako. I still think ACAG is just ACAG just works better. All keratin, all gakko, ACAG. And I can't remember the last time I just gunned all of these people down. I'm so used to doing this non-lethal. It's saving me time. It is a lot easier. I missed him. Oh, gold split. And again here, I'm just going to stick with the SVD, just because not changing weapon is a time save. Oh, that was nice. I took both of them out in one explosion. Oh man, this is so much easier. Using the SVD at this point is so much easier. In Very Easy we use the RPG, but using the RPG is actually a little dangerous in European Extreme, because if you get hit, then yeah, you take a lot of damage. Whereas if you get hit in Very Easy, it doesn't matter, because you've got such a huge health pool that it makes no difference. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used the SVD for this bit. God, you can see that one from so far away. Yep, that should be another time save, because that's another room where I didn't change anything. Like another gold split. And we'll do the same here. I will keep going and just keep using the SVD to save as much time as possible. That bloody Gakko. In Delta, where I was shooting just there, is where the Gakko is, and it's awful. I hate that Gakko. Yes, going forwards, I'm not going to be able to gold these rooms anymore. These rooms literally couldn't be done any quicker. This room shouldn't be a gold anyway, because usually at this point I've got the Mark 22 already out. Mark 22? MK22. I've already got the MK22 out at this point. So this should be the same as it always is. As long as I haven't slowed down, which I don't believe I have. I'm holding on. Whee! Come on.
Gotta say, I'm glad I carried on streaming.
Let me have some more.
This way. I didn't know which camera I was in. Right, off we go. Still got 2 more issues. We've still got Zozoi East, which I have been known to screw up. And we've got the boss, which again I've been known to screw up. I was actually pretty impressed with how well I did the boss on Sunday, considering I didn't really have proper audio cues because I completely screwed the sound up for runner audio. So I was actually really pleased with my performances against the boss. It only went wrong one bit. When the bit after you can no longer throw stun grenades at her, you throw her to the ground, and then you're supposed to headshot her while she's on the ground. I missed the headshot, so she got up and started fighting, but luckily I managed to recover it. We just reset the fight at that point, and then when I then threw her to the ground the next time, well, normally that would end the fight. Hang on, I should concentrate on this bit. Cool, good. That's the bit that I'm always most worried about. Getting that guard and not getting spotted by that guy. And Eva's following me, so we're all good. Eva's still following me. Good, good. I'm trying to make sure that Eva is definitely right behind me.
I hear something.
Where is he? Cool. Eva hasn't stopped. As long as this guy... Okay, Eva, where are you going? I'm not quite sure what Eva did there, but... Please don't run into that guard.
I'm so hungry.
Okay, lost slight bit of time for whatever she did there, but this is it.
Let's see what you're made of. Excellent, Jack. Then I remember. Get ready.
Finally! 34-second PB! Bloody hell. Damn it, I'm not gonna break another minute barrier.
Keep it safe.
just not going to make it break another minute barrier.
It's our only hope.
Unless I've done anything wrong, and that's not, no, that's definitely LRT.
Why are you giving me this?
Jack,
Oh,
or should I say, Snake.
is it? It's not over yet. It is worth noting it's not over yet. We've still got
Now,
the Ocelot fight. There is a save boss to get around. Never know, if I'm just quick enough with some stuff, I might just about break that 113 barrier.
there's only room for one boss and one snake.
No, let's not screw this up now. Yeah, the bike incident. Okay, there we go. It is completely out of my hands now. That's it. But it is a PB by 34 seconds. Let's say this is either going to be it'll either be a 1:13.01 or it'll be a 1:13. This is not a 1:12.59, unfortunately. But hey, finally, after God knows how long. When was that bloody? I can alt tab out of this, can't I? No, I'm not gonna risk it. I'm not risking alt tabbing out and something going wrong. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at some stuff. Work some of this out. Come on, Nick. What are you doing? Speedrun.com. That's where I'm going. Puts me ahead of Glenn by a few seconds. Nice. Sorry, Glenn. But it is nice. So my Foxhound run, which is my current PB, if I can find it, because this is taking me forever. There we go. Right, I'm finally in. Single segment, European Extreme, PC. 9 months. 1:13.35. That was 9 months ago. 10th of July. 10th of July 2025. It's been 9 months since I PB'd in this. I'm afraid it's been 9 months. And yes, so yeah, you're correct. That does put me ahead of Glenn. That takes me from 12th on the leaderboard to 11th. Still, do I want a Foxhound on the leaderboard or a better time? I'll take the better time, because Foxhound is nice, but it's not the be all and end all. I do like that my Foxhound run is on there, but I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Oh, finally. And this still could have been better. I think this is, I want to say 3, 4 continues. It's either 3 or 4 continues. There was I needed to continue at the pain. Pain took 2 attempts. I know I got spotted. I got spotted twice escaping Grosengrad. That's 3. I'm pretty sure there was another one. I'm pretty sure this is 4 continues. It's either 3 or 4. I can't remember. I've for ages needed to go back and redo console. The problem is that playing the HD edition on my Xbox, it's so much different. The aiming and the controls are just so it's so much tighter on PC. It feels really difficult to go back to console now. Like trying to take out the pain is just horrible because I just do not have the level of control. Now, I don't know whether that would be different if I was playing the Master Collection version, because I'm on my Xbox Series S. I'm playing the Xbox 360 version of the Master Collection and that of the HD edition. That's how I really got into MGS3, but the PC version's ruined me. The next question is whether I could do the PC version with the keyboard and mouse. And I do. I am still interested in looking at the at Tuxedo and doing a Tuxedo run at some point, but not for a little while. My next thing with Metal Gear is to try and improve my Phantom Pain run. Get my Phantom Pain run. With a couple of the warps in it to save some time there. And probably there's a slightly different route through the initial Afghanistan, which I could probably look at. Where you do slightly different missions. So I wouldn't mind giving that a go. And then after that, it's kind of work. Well, then after that, I've suggested that what I might do is I might learn Metal Gear Solid 4 now, so that I'm ready to do it immediately as the Master Collection comes out. Master Collection Volume 2 comes out, because then also I'm ready for the anthology. So every mainline Metal Gear Solid back to back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, Ground Zeroes, Phantom Pain. You can play it. You can play the Master Collection version of MGS3 on keyboard and mouse. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it, but it can be done. So yeah, I probably will go with MGS4 next. I still like the idea of I do still like the idea of learning Revengeance. I think if it wasn't going to be MGS4 at this point, I'd probably learn Revengeance next. I do still want to learn Peace Walker, and I do still want to learn Portable Ops. But I do think Revengeance would be a lot of fun. Particularly, I had Revengeance on Fast Travel a little while back, and it was a lot of fun. I really like that game. But excuse me. But going forwards, for the next few weeks at least, it's going to be a cross between Phantom Pain and doing a little bit more Phantom, not loads of Phantom Pain. I think it got very clear that people were getting a little bit bored of Phantom Pain. I just want to go back to it whilst it's still relatively fresh and try and see if I can do a run with these new with the warps in them. Yeah, like you'll probably aim better with the mouse, but like keyboard and mouse controlling Snake with the keyboard is just nowhere near as accurate as controlling with the analog stick. If you could do analog stick and mouse, then maybe you're in a good position. But yeah, like trying to do something like the Dolinova no in Snake Eater, in Operation Snake Eater, just like no. With a keyboard and mouse, you just do not have the accuracy. It still ticks like a controller when aiming. Ugh. So yeah, I am torn on whether I go back to Phantom Pain. I might not. I do still need to. I now need to do a little bit more practice on James Bond Everything or Nothing, because I've got that coming up for Preventathon 7. But the other main one, which at least one stream every week going forwards, I might start on Thursday. I'll have a look at it. Is we are going to do a casual playthrough as much as I feel I need to, and then start learning the speedrun for, say it with me folks, The Smurfs 2 Prisoner of the Green Stone. That is the game I've been given for Speedrumizer this year. So that is the game I'm going to learn. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm yawning because I'm very tired. Right. There's 113. There's 113. 113.01 it is. There we go. European Extreme. It was 3 continues. So once at the once at the pain and two times in the room outside of torture. Just if it hadn't been for those, this would have been Foxhound, because I would have deliberately gone for Foxhound. In the end, I killed 106 people. As soon as I let loose, 106 people died. But yay! PB after nine months. 9 months of no PB and now PB. I'm just annoyed that this actually was really close to Foxhound. 1:14.16 on the IGT, 1:14.38 on real time, but LRT is obviously the one, obviously the one that's important. So it's nice that I had my my marathon run on Sunday, and it's, only the next stream afterwards I'd finally get a PB. It still could have been a lot better. 33 seconds is not a lot. My summer best is 106. That's almost not true. Almost certainly not true. But I do think sub 110 is probably within my grasp if I like grinded for it and actually got better and more consistent at some bits of it. But I'm not. We're going to take a break from MGS3. I think the next time we return to MGS3, it's either going to be for the anthology or it's going to be Delta. I do intend to go back to Delta at some point, but I don't know yet. But anyway, thank you all so much for joining in. This Thursday, as I say, we'll probably start the playthrough of Smurfs 2. But also this week, I've got fast travel on Friday night into Saturday morning. We are coming back to the UK. Because we've introduced a new rule to fast travel where you can submit games or run games that you have ran at a local speedrunning marathon. So I've invited 4 runners from this weekend's Albion Speedrun Collective marathon to run on fast travel. So with the runs that they did, barring one who's doing their backup run because they've already been on fast travel with the run they did. So yeah, make sure you check that out. Of course, please go check out Albion Speedrun Collective, www.albionspeedrun.co.uk. We are still after commentators for our English restream of the upcoming Italian speedrunning community Marathon, GUF, May 9th and 10th. We are desperately looking for more commentators. We've got, I think we've had a little over a dozen commentators so far, but a lot of those are for repeated games. So we will be doing a big push this week to try and get more people to sign up for that. But as I say, if you go to albionspeedrun.co.uk, you'll get you get all the details that you'll need from there to sign up for that. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. I hope to see you on Thursday for Smurfs 2. As I say, it probably will be Smurfs 2. See you then. Night all. I probably should have gone ready for the sign off when I was actually like anywhere near the button. Now I'm near the button. Night all.
Can't stop.